Oi. Hey everyone, how's it going? Uh, I almost forgot to download the game. I mean, at this point, how is that surprising, you know? Anyways, happy Friday. Okay, let's be honest here. I actually wanted to play Wilds, but like, I've been playing I've been playing it on the channel for so long. I'm like, I need variety. Is the game going to load up? Hello? I can feel that. I legit thought you were gonna play more Wilds. Man, let me tell you, since I got sick a couple of weeks ago, like all I wanted to do was game. And it just sucked because like when I was sick, like I wish I could have taken the time to catch up on some gaming, but I literally could not look at any screens. Like I got so dizzy looking at Instagram. I couldn't type. I just had to lie in bed and like take it. And it was so annoying. Hi Ray, thank you for the head pats. But I mean, I'm okay now. It was a really stupid stomach bug. That's the worst. I hate that. Yeah. But you know what? At least I wasn't sick for a whole week. Because when I had that last year, my god. Like, dude. I had to take the week off of work. It was just so bad. I did not get any sleep that week. Just coughing and coughing and coughing, and then I couldn't stop coughing for like several months after that. I thought my lungs were like permanently fucked up. Her story. 920 1080. Graphics good, that's the only option. Any? Hold on, guys. It's telling me what display I wanted to put it on, but now I'm like, well, I mean, it's kind of... Okay, I want it on 2, because I... Okay, wait. Because I have 2 on the left and then 1 on the right. I know it's really weird and wonky, and I wanted to fix it, but when I fixed it to go from like 1 to 2 instead of 2 to 1, it felt weird. I don't know why. So like I have to move my mouse to the left to get to the right screen. I don't know why it feels more natural that way. Okay, it says display 1 left, so that's what I'm gonna go with. Play. Okay. I totally did not want that. And that is loud. Hold on. Holy moly. Wait, quit. Quit. Dude, why is this so slow? Hold on, guys. Okay, it like automatically starts. Let me just stop it real quick. Play. I looked it up. It said this game takes about 2 hours to play. It's probably gonna take me like 3.5 because I'm just that bad at games. But I feel like I need an endurance stream, you know? Probably gonna take 4. Probably. Good. Display 2. Play. I'll take that out. I keep forgetting to take out the squad thing. What's here? Okay, I can leave that. What's here? Okay, I can leave that as well. I have too many sources. Game capture. Does it work on game capture? Okay, great. Hold on, wait, I gotta pull it up on my phone so I can monitor the stream. Also, before this, I was scrolling through my Instagram and I kept crying because I kept getting reels about women who were on their periods and getting like really sad thoughts. Like this one was about dinosaurs and she was crying because she was like, the dinosaurs like didn't even know. They started wondering, what if they started wondering why the sun wouldn't come out? And I'm just like, oh my god, that is so true. Like, all those dinosaurs. It's so sad. Man. I hate it here. Anyways, let's start. Ooh. Ooh. You are logged in. Authorized guest. Enter query to access archived footage. History. Settings. I do like the glare, but I'm gonna keep it off just so like you guys watching can see. So I guess we just search murder. I wonder if I need a notebook for this. Oh wait, hold on. Before I start anything, I totally forgot that I need my energy drink. So here it is. It's the same one I've been drinking for weeks, the Alani. The Orange Kiss. Okay, I have that Shinri notebook from one of his birthday merch sales. I'm gonna use that. Because, I mean, what is more perfect than using a Shinri detective theme with, this game? He should play this game. Man! You know, I really wanted to participate in March of the Kois. But, dude, creative, like, I'm having massive burnout with, like, everything. Do I have a pencil or a pen? I feel like none of the pens that I have work. Here, let me try this one. I stole this one from my last workplace. Don't tell them. Huh, still works. Nice. Alright, let's get into it.
You think it's Magda? From clearly it's murder. What can I do to help?
Does it mark? Okay, it does. I'm gonna replay that because I was looking at OBS.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help? Yeah, that's me. But February, I mean, that was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder?
Okay, so Simon is the husband. Ooh, I don't like the ambient noises. That's a... Okay.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person. I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other, just that. Stories.
Clip stored in user session. Hold on. Read me text? That's probably what I should have done before I started watching these videos. Whoops. Introduction to the Logic Database. Computer technology is the backbone of modern police work. The Logic Database is one of the many continuing efforts to digitize our workflow and preserve evidence in a manner which will allow you to work more efficiently. In the coming years, the computer will continue to be the most valuable item in your crime-fighting toolkit. I found a little mistake there. Devs! This database contains footage transferred from the existing homicide and serious crime tape archive at Portsmouth. It has been automatically sorted using our ASR technology. Each statement made by the interview participants is stored separately so they can be tagged for submission to court. The audio has been digitally stenographed, and the content of the testimony is attached to each clip. To retrieve a clip, type in a word, example of robbery, into the search field, click search, and the database will return all clips in which the speaker uses that word. To narrow a search, use multiple words, robbery supermarket, if you are working from a printed transcript. You can be even more precise. Use inverted commas to search for an exact match against the entire statement. Yes, I was there. To store a clip for later reference, click Add to Session. Also, if you wish to add additional tags of your own to help future searches, please click in the User Tags box and type in your desired tags. Okay. For any further assistance, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Really read me. Hey, here's the database. I filed a Freedom of Information form to get you guest access. Everything seems to work. They transferred the videos off the original tapes in 1999, and then the Y2K thing hit, and they got mothballed. No one has touched them since. I couldn't find the server with the detective's footage on. Probably those tapes got damaged when the old archives were flooded in 97. But figured this would be enough. Take your time. SB. Who's SB? Rubbish bin. Hack info. Hack. Mirror game. So, Grace Hack. Interesting. Do I write that down? Write that down. Write that down. Write that down, write that down. Mirror game. One from the mums here. Classic 2-player strategy for lunchtime gaming. Enjoy. That's kind of creepy. Cracks with class. You know what this game reminds me of? Welcome to the Game. I watched Jay from the Cub Scouts play it. Southeast Constabulary. I have never. What is constabulary? That's a new word to me. DB checked. Oh, checker. Huh? Oh, are these like the... Okay, got it. Why is that yellow, but these are green? Okay, let me type in Simon.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work. Mirror making, feature windows, artistic things. Really beautiful things. Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. And border photo is a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have.
Holiday in May.
It's the Rockington Arms, The Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with. And the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
Rockington Arms?
It's the Rockington Arms, The Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with. And the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks. Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games. You know, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing.
I don't know why, but that like reminded me that at work I told my coworkers that I'm a gamer, TM. They're like, oh my god, really? And I guess I'm like the only gamer, quote unquote, there. And there was this one day where one of my coworkers, she was talking to another one. And she's like, so are you the gamer? And my coworker was like, me? Gamer? No, I think you mean Jen. And I was like, huh? What? You need me? Yeah, and then I shared like, yeah, I have a whole like setup. I got the RGB, the microphone, you know, all that stuff. And they were like, I guess they were impressed. I work with a bunch of normies. I mean, my coworker plays WoW. But I feel like that's pretty much it.
Simon isn't the type to run off or do anything crazy. Someone must have done something to him, or there must have been some kind of accident. So what do we do next?
Okay, so we checked off Simon. I'm gonna just like type in the words that I wrote down. Okay. Stories.
Okay. Sounds weird. I'm not great at making up stories. Yes, I read a lot as a child and watched lots of TV. Then the doll's house we still have in the attic. It's kind of a fairy castle. We used to play up there and make up our own stories.
This just in. I am in fact a gamer.
Fairy tales. Stories about lost princesses, evil witches, magical mirrors and lost children. So you see, even before I knew the truth, I'd found it in those stories.
Even before I knew the truth. What? What you mean? Write that down, write that down! Even before I knew the truth. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
No, it was just me and her. It was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when he came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
Now, why is the music kicking in? Did I happen upon a fact? A clue, perhaps? So I wrote down Eve, Florence, and quote, even before I knew the truth, unquote. Also, my pen is dying.
I'm not sure where the dollhouse came from. I don't know if it was given to them or they inherited it. I mean, they wouldn't have had the money to buy it. It was so huge. It must have been taken up to the attic in parts and then reassembled up there. It's a beautiful thing. Wallpaper to scale, little furniture, the lights work, mirrors, beds, big duvets and pillows. We spent hours and hours playing in it, invented all these characters and families who lived there. We wrote paperwork from them all, passports, diaries, gave them all really elaborate stories. Once, a moth got trapped in there. We'd left a light on. It was making the most horrendous noise. We tried to kill it, but it was tough. We ended up crushing it under a copy of the Arabian Nights.
They've mentioned the word mirrors 3 times. I did write that down. Write that down! And that's the word that I'm gonna search up next.
My name is Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work if you mirror it though. It's not quite symmetrical, but well, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah
My
Smith,
pen just died.
31 Gladstone Street.
No. Oh, it's like completely empty. What would you look at that? Dang, this was a really good pen too. I gotta like buy actual stationery. Bye, pen. Let me try to find something else. Let's see. I bought like a bunch of colorful pens years ago because they were stupid cheap. But I don't know if they're like crappy. I just hated opening up a new one and then, you know, the ball on the very tip doesn't work. Yeah, like this one doesn't even work. I wonder if this is empty. Can I take it off? Oh, I can just pull it. You have plenty of ink. Why won't you work? Yeah, the ball at the tip is just stuck. Dagnabbit. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I have a pencil. So her name is Hannah. I'm gonna rewatch that.
My name is Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work if you mirror it though. It's not quite symmetrical, but well, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith. I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
That word mirror. "11 entries found. Access limited to first 5 entries." Okay. It's kind of weird, but...
It wasn't the present so much. It was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror, a nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
I wrote down princess.
The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs, I think. I haven't looked at it since.
I'm gonna write down upstairs. I feel like the words that I write down have no meaning to them. I don't know, man. It's my first time playing.
Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
Oh, I thought it was like a big mirror. I didn't think it was handheld.
Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
I wrote down silver and antique. Alright, so the next word is art. Really? What about artistic? Just the one, okay. So we can cross that off. I don't think that's much use. Photo.
No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his stomach, past his hip. Cut himself with some glass. That was before, a long time ago. He looks just like the photo. He's not got his glasses on here though. He takes them off for the camera. But he needs them to see properly, you know. He has to read a newspaper or a menu in a restaurant. Not book so much, or watching TV. He likes TV. Yeah, we were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said. Simon looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding, but if you looked at the photos, you couldn't tell. The dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The train wasn't quite as long though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car.
I wrote down wedding. I honestly don't think photo is relevant.
Simon is 6
Not
foot,
too relevant
dark
at
blonde
least.
hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. I bought a photo. They said a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have.
Okay. Have Rockington Arms. Okay, how about the rock? The boulder.
So, it was Friday evening. We had an argument. He left. On Saturday, he didn't come back. I waited all day. He was supposed to go help Eric out with something on the Saturday afternoon. They had a job, but he didn't show. So Eric was ringing on the phone. I checked at the Rock, that's our local. They said they'd seen him on the Friday night, but not since. He still wasn't back this morning. It just isn't like him at all. Still not back by dinner time. It's getting dark again. So I decided to come and see you. His parents haven't heard anything either.
Should we down? Maybe Friday? And parents? Okay, so let me cross out Rockington Arms. Checked out photo. What about holiday? Oh, never mind.
Oh God, I don't know. I mean, I guess the Rock. You've spoken to everyone there. Someone must have seen where he went. I don't know. So many things could have gone wrong.
What do you mean by that? How do you know?
No one has been in the last few weeks. We had a plumber come in 3-4 weeks ago. Someone summoned you from the Rock.
Okay. Now, who is that someone?
No one has been in the last few weeks. We had a plumber come in 3-4 weeks ago. Someone summoned you from the Rock.
Plumber. Let's look up holiday.
We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton. It would have been too much to do more. We were saving for the baby. It was wonderful to be in a hotel, away from home, just alone together. Since then, we've always tried to get away for our holiday.
Okay, I suppose that's not too relevant. She mentions Peter. Peter? Okay. Wait, who's Peter and Susan?
It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan.
Oh, okay.
There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with. And the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
So let me write down Peter and Susan own the Rock. So let me cross off Peter and Susan. What about bar? That's a lot. 5 entries. Nice.
Are you sure? What would he be doing in Oxford if there was no conference? I remember calling him. He said it was boring and he spent most of the time at the bar.
I gotta write down her outfits and the months that she had the interview in. So, blue for July. I gotta rewatch that. I wasn't paying attention.
Are you sure? What would he be doing in Oxford if there was no conference? I remember calling him. He said it was boring and he spent most of the time at the bar.
Gonna write down Oxford.
So I moved out. Got a small bed set. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings. So I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist.
I wrote down tattoo and that her white outfit took place on July 3rd. This is July 1st.
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by the likeness. He guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married.
He was
I'm
married?
not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
What the heck? What happened? My mic just cut out for a second there. I don't... What? That was kind of weird. He was married? Great, now I don't hear anything from the game. Oh no. Cancel. Oh no. Hold on. There we go. I don't know what the heck happened to it. He was married! What the heck? Anyways.
Nothing else happened that night. We talked, then I said goodbye. Then next week I was singing in the bar again and there he was. And again the next week. He offered to buy me a meal. I told him I had already eaten, and so we got chips and ate them on the beach instead. When we said goodbye, he asked me to kiss him. Romantic.
Romantic. He asked me to kiss him. I got an achievement from that? Okay. Romantic, I guess.
I told her it was one of my boyfriends, someone I had met in the bar. I think she was happy, but I could tell she was thinking, why couldn't it happen to her and Simon? They were the ones with the real life. Why not them?
Wait, what? Who?
No. I told her it was one of my boyfriends.
Who, her?
I had met in the bar. I think she was happy, but I could tell she was thinking, why couldn't it happen to her and Simon? They were the ones with the real life. Why not them?
I gotta write this down. Who, her? With 3 question marks. Alright. Checked out bar. Accident.
When I was 8, Mother died. She slipped down the stairs. It was an accident. I had read a diary at that point and I knew she wasn't my real mother.
Oh, whoa?
So I burned the diary that day and I left. Walked out and across the street.
Damn. Well, what about Dad? Maybe Dad's not there. I don't know. Okay, so we checked out accident. Kind of on it, but I'm gonna check it off. Truth. What's that? Okay. Okay, so in this video she said, even before I knew the truth. What do you mean by that? The truth of what? Okay, so next one I have is Florence. Is this the person, the friend that she was talking about? The her?
Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time.
What? What?
The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper.
Wait, hold on a second.
Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help.
So is she a twin?
I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah.
But she's Hannah.
The midwife told my mother I was dead.
Unless this is a twin.
But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper.
Hannah a twin? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I thought you said if she was a twink.
Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. She kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window and seeing her across the road.
Her? Like Hannah, her?
I thought it was like a reflection in the mirror.
Mirror.
She was me.
Okay, so hold on. So Hannah and... Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Before I move on... Okay, this is the Hannah we know. The blue shirt.
My name is Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work if you mirror it though. It's not quite symmetrical, but well, I mean, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith. I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
Okay. So this is a Hannah we know. Wait, who is this? This is someone completely different. This is like Hannah's twin. We don't know her name yet.
She recognized me from the window.
That was never an option? The skip thing? Oh! I guess it was. Whoops.
She recognized me from the window. She told me to come inside, and she hid me. They had made the attic into a place where Hannah could play. There was a dollhouse. She hid me up there. No one else ever went into the attic. It was her place.
So she's talking about Hannah? Gonna write down attic.
Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit.
Wait.
Sorry.
Yo! What you? Give me your damn name, please. So this woman is not Hannah. This is like her evil twin. Quote unquote evil. Like, I don't know. Who is this?
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Eve? Is this her name? Eve? Okay. I gotta check off that I wrote that we... 18 entries to Florence? No. Wait, no, 18 entries to Hannah. Alright. So I believe white shirt is Eve.
Well, my friend Eve.
Friend?
I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid.
Oh.
And she was always more popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes.
Okay.
Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater. There was no one else around. It was at the far end of the beach, and I held her head under, and I kept it under.
Dude.
And for a moment, I just wanted to kill her and watch her drown. But that was it. It was just a moment. We made up after. It was a love-hate relationship.
You can say bitch. It's okay, Hodge. I put my streams are for adults, so it's okay. But yeah. I feel that's not even bitch, that's psycho.
A police station. Yeah. When I was young, we ran away on my birthday. Bob Dylan was playing in London, and we thought we could break into his tour bus and have him take us with him. The taxi driver we paid to drop us off. I mean, we'd saved money, pinched a bit here and there to pay for the fare. He was suspicious because we were so young, so he told the police. So they came and picked us up and took me back to Portsmouth. My mum picked me up from the station. But I blamed everything on my friend Eve, so my parents let me off.
She blamed everything on Eve. Dang. Alright, so I gotta write down that Spots hates white shirt. Can I just write down white? Sure. Spots hate white. And then we, like, have no information about blue shirt. And I haven't seen red shirt in a while. So I don't know.
My mother called me Eve.
Okay, she is Eve. Great. So white shirt is Eve. It's weird that she says, my mother called me Eve, instead of, my name is Eve. Like, I don't... My brain wants to keep saying split personality type of condition, but also I feel like that's just a lazy way out. Alright, we gotta figure out what Spots' name is. So right now I have Hannah is blue shirt, Eve is white shirt, nothing for Spots. Florence is the midwife, and let me cross that off. I would say that's Eve's adopted mother. Okay. Check off Eve. Highlight that. Nothing in truth, so let me cross out that line. Alright, what about Dollhouse? Just going back to the list I made. Okay. Okay, there's red shirt. Red was on June 27th.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back. Me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic, old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there.
I feel like I should type this out rather than write it down. Hold on, guys. Hold on. New doc. Oh god. I wonder if I can... I don't want to be flashbanged. And I don't want you guys to be flashbanged when I go back to the dock. Good on that. Whatever. Let me change. What do you mean I can't edit the color of the dog? View. Full screen. No, thank you. Paint? No. Text color. Highlight color. File page setup. File page setup. Got it. Okay. Page color. I don't like that. 1 second, guys. Blah 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 blah. Let's make it a little darker. Okay. And then we change the text color. Gonna blow up the font. Okay. Let me change this to display capture. Okay. All right. Checklist. Actually, maybe not checklist yet. So I'm gonna write down is that too big? Alright, we'll keep it there. So people. We have blue shirt. Hannah. Or should we put... No, it's fine. Blue shirt, Hannah, July 1st. And then we have white shirt. And that's Eve. She was interviewed on July 3rd. Then we have spots. We don't know her name yet, so we're gonna put X. She was interviewed on June 30th. Whoops. And then we have red shirt. We also don't know her name. And she was interviewed on June 27th. Okay. Gonna make this a bulleted list. Let me write down keywords. We can make this a checklist. Hannah, Simon, stories, mirror, art, artistic, photo, holiday, Peter, Susan, okay. Cross that off. Bar, accident. Actually, I'm gonna add in the things that I also crossed out. So Peter, Susan. So we can cross that out. So at least I can keep track of that. Can you guys see? I don't think you can. Fit. Is that better? I'm looking at my own screen. I'm like squinting. Alright, accident. Truth? Meh. Truth. Let's go Florence. Oh my gosh. Eve. We got Dollhouse. Dollhouse, Princess. Upstairs. Alright, I'm gonna keep it there. I'm gonna write down info here. I'm gonna make a bulleted list. So, victim. God damn it. Victim. Oh my god. Oh my god! Simon Smith. Husband of Hannah. Blue. And then Simon disappeared. Okay, Friday evening. Gone Saturday. That was the last anyone saw of him. Okay, let me check. Alright, so Florence, midwife. And then I was like, Eve's adoptive. Eve's adoptive mother. Check. And I don't know if this is relevant, but Simon is an only child. Maybe it's relevant, maybe not. What else do I have? Okay, I have Peter and Susan, owners of what's the Rockington Arms. Can I type well? No. Okay, I can cross off who, her. Info. I'm gonna write down questions. And then I'll make like a checklist here. Because I was like, who, her? And the her I was talking about was Eve. Who, her? Eve. Nah, maybe not italics. Maybe like a highlight. Purple. Right. Check. Hannah, a twin? Wait. Take out that highlight. Hannah, a twin? We don't know yet. I'm actually gonna put like an equal sign here. So that way we know that it's answered. Color coding notes. We're so deep. I know. Okay, you know what? No, we're gonna leave it uncoded. Because I don't want to keep like the equal sign equals like the question's answered, and then I highlighted, and then okay. Why is this? No. Hannah, a twin? Any other notes that I need? I'll put info/notes. So, Spots hates Eve. And we don't know what Spots' name is. So we're just gonna keep that there. I want to keep it like that. So we looked up all the way up to bar, Hannah, Simon, stories, mirror, art, artistic, photo, holiday, Peter, Susan, bar. Okay, we're up to dollhouse. Accident, truth, Florence, Eve. Oh, you already wrote that down. Whoopsies. Dollhouse, princess, upstairs. Okay. Why do I feel like I should write down the number? Nah, it's okay. Because then otherwise I'm making it complicated for myself. So we looked at Eve. We're gonna... Eve is the white shirt. Give her yellow? I can't even see that. Oh my god. For like super important stuff? Should we just put exclamation? Very important. I'm gonna put that one there. Hannah. Obviously Simon. Anything else I highlighted? Alright, nothing on stories, nothing on mirror. I'm gonna put, where's the little tilde? Over here. It's like meh. Meh results. It doesn't really give me much info. Accident, truth. Accident, truth. Okay. Go back to 100. Dollhouse, princess, upstairs. So we're still on dollhouse. Were we on this one?
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back. Me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic, old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there. Yes, I read a lot as a child and watched lots of TV. Then the doll's house we had, we still have in the attic. It's kind of a fairy castle. We used to play out there and make up our own stories. The legal stuff was completed very quickly. Hannah moved back in with Simon. Eric gave Simon the week off to help with the move. He decorated, modernised wallpaper, curtains. Hannah insists the attic be left as it was, dollhouse and all. Simon never went up there.
I feel like the dollhouse is significant, but I'm not getting any info from it. Anyways, I wrote down legal. So we're gonna check off dollhouse. Getting meh vibes. Check off dollhouse, but meh. This next one we have princess. 7 entries, okay.
Let me see. Yes. I drove in here because I remember well I went over the river. And then there was a church. There. Yeah. And I probably parked. Well, I remember seeing a street sign called Princess Street. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it must be this one. There.
This woman, the red shirt is very cooperative, I think. She seems like very open about giving the police information. While white is just not on that. Okay, here's white.
We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty, pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour, shiny plates. At the front of the book was an index of illustrations. We read that more than the actual stories. We'd read aloud the captions and flip between the pictures. There was something intimate about peeling back the tracing paper, undressing the pictures. Rapunzel's hair is cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her finger.
Okay. I feel like we need to revisit the word princess. I'm gonna put like a little carrot. Dollhouse. So we looked up princess. I'm gonna put a carrot. So we gotta look at upstairs. Silver. Antique. Scar. Simon has a scar. I gotta write that down. Wedding. Friday. Parents. Multiple personality disorder? See, I did mention that earlier, but I was like, that's why I feel like it would be like lazy-ish writing. Like, you have all these characters, but then it's just like, oh, this one woman has a split personality and one of them is the killer, like, blah, 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 blah. It's just, I don't know. Upstairs.
Okay. I parked up in the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. You can tell because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes in the shoe rack. I shouted out. I walked straight into the kitchen because he usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper, but he wasn't there. I touched the kettle, it was cold. I looked quickly in the living room, nothing. So I walked upstairs to the bedroom and he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. I had a shower, The phone rang whilst I was in the shower. I didn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then
Who's
I was
Eric?
just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. Eleanor?
How do you spell Eleanor?
Later, and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you.
The police.
Eleanor?
So, she went into the house and then she took a nap there. And what do you mean she was surprised to see that nobody was there next to her? And then who is Eric? Okay, hold on. Like, I gotta write this down. Write that down. Question. Eric? Doug? Oops. Eleanor?
Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down the end of the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. No answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked.
Wait,
I could tell because
who is this? Is this white shirt? This is not the white shirt that we know. So who is that?
Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down the end of the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. No answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. I could tell because the key wouldn't turn when I tried to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack. I shouted out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen. He usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper. He wasn't there. I touched the kettle. It was cold. I looked quickly into the living room. Nothing.
What?
Okay. I parked up on the street.
Whoa, okay, hold on. That's why I thought I was going crazy, right?
Okay. I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack.
Who is
I shouted
this?
out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen.
Who is this? I have blue shirt. I have white shirt, Eve. I have blue shirt, Hannah. White shirt, Eve. Spots, don't know her name yet. And red, I don't know her name yet. This is another woman. This one says July 1st. And that's when blue shirts, Hannah's interview took place. Who? What do I even label this as? Buttons. Buttons. July 1st. Question mark. I think we just got introduced to another character. Buttons. So white shirt, it was like a blouse. It was more like a blouse than like a buttoned up shirt. That's why I was like, wait. Who is this woman? July 1st.
Then I had a shower. Whilst I was in the shower, the phone rang. I think it was Eric, his boss. I didn't answer it.
Eric.
Then I came
boss.
out and I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, but I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. I spoke to him. Then I called Simon's parents.
Okay.
And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
I have my answers. Eric, Simon's boss. Doug is Simon's father. Eleanor is Simon's mother. This was probably either the Friday evening or the Saturday, because he went missing Friday evening and then like he never showed up on Saturday at all, and then he's been missing ever since. All that from the word upstairs. Okay, let me just... I'm gonna put Doug and Eleanor, Simon's parents. And then I'm gonna put Eric, Simon's boss. I'm gonna put 2 exclamation points. Getting there. Upstairs. What else we got? We got silver. Okay, back to blue shirt. Hannah, I believe.
Yes, that would be in his wallet. It's a Visa, a silver one. He doesn't like to spend money he doesn't have, so he usually pays with cash, but Eric convinced him to get one.
So Eric the boss convinced him to get a card. A Visa. Visa.
Well, on his clothes, that would make sense. He made it by hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. It's not how they make mirrors these days. I mean, he made the mirror and he gave it to me.
So Simon made the mirror for spots, not blue shirt. Cross off silver. Okay, let's go antique. Can I copy paste? Copy paste. Okay, nothing on antique. Just the one. Scar. Okay, let's go back to antique. Nothing. Copy, paste, scar. Just the one? I thought it would be more relevant. Well, where does he have the scar?
No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his stomach, past his hip. Cut himself with some glass. That was before, a long time ago. He looks just like the photo. He's not got his glasses on here though. He takes them off for the camera. But he needs them to see properly, you know. He has to read a newspaper or a menu in a restaurant. Not book so much, or watching TV. He likes TV.
She says he likes TV, but then she says not so much for TV. Scar. Simon has a scar near stomach. She pointed to the left side, so I'm gonna just make a note of that. Scar. Meh. Okay, let's see. What else we got? Friday. Oh. Friday, parents. Plumber. Oxford. Tattoo. Singing. Married. Romantic. Alright, let's stop there for now. Let's copy paste wedding. 6.
I guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding. We had our first dance to come back and stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding.
Wait a minute. Wait, I never... Oh my god. This is another character. Because we've seen Blue Shirt before, but it was more like more long-sleeved. She did her interview on 6/25. Blue short. Don't know her name. Wow, if this really is like split personality, she has a lot. What did I say? June something? June 25th.
I guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding. We had our first dance to come back and stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it. I mean, it was genuinely our first dance. We'd never danced together before. It was probably awful to watch, but I enjoyed it. It felt like it was just me and Simon for that moment. Just the two of us. Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time. You must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
I assume Diane is Eric's wife. Who's Eric? Cross that off. Doug and Eleanor are the parents. Wrote down buttons. Okay. We're doing that Spots hates white. Okay, we looked up silver, antique, scar, and wedding. There's one more.
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents. There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again. I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig. Hannah and I would meet up in the park. I was trying to get pregnant. But I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't do it with anyone we knew, so it was sex with strangers. Drunk guys I'd met in clubs, parks and alleyways. I was 17. It felt like I was being punished. But it was Hannah who had betrayed us.
What do you mean?
I had to stop when one of the guys gave me an STD.
Damn, girl. Sorry.
When we met up, it was disturbing. For the first time, my reflection, she didn't look like me. She was fatter, flushed. If anything, I was getting skinnier. I found it hard to look sometimes. We talked about what to do. Was it time to become our own people? I mean, that seemed like the right thing to do, but neither of us wanted it. We agreed that her and Simon would get their own place as soon as possible, and then I could move in. And that was the plan.
I wrote down 17 and plan. I feel like wedding is pretty important. I'll put 1 point on it. Got that. We should do that so it doesn't get... Okay, wedding. I feel like it's kind of important. Next one is Friday. Perhaps the day he went missing. Friday. 2 entries.
I wasn't in the house all of Friday night. After the argument, after Simon left, I left too. I was upset and I wanted to get away. So I took the car.
I swear to God, I thought I wrote down argument, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, I never did. Alright, so there's nothing in Friday. I'm gonna put a little tilde. Friday. Got that off. I'm gonna put argument. Copy. Paste. 9 entries. Wow. And this is all... Okay, this is blue shirt Hannah. Okay, blue long, blue short. Blue long, blue short.
No. I think he spoke to Helen.
Who's
He
Helen?
said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes blondes.
He likes Helen? Helen! Okay, this has to be one of the characters. Who is blonde? Does that actually... Does her hair actually... Damn, I didn't even take note of the hair. Okay, I know Hannah, blue long, and Eve, white shirt, have the same hair. It can't be blue short, because she doesn't have blonde hair. Spots? Red? I gotta tag these. Okay, hold on. How do I... You please click in the user tags box. Store clip for later reference. Okay, we haven't watched this one.
There's no couple stuff. A stupid argument, nothing specific. No one knows how to push your buttons better than those you're close to.
Okay.
No. I mean, yes, we have arguments, but he never runs off. He always comes back. We make up. It's always that way.
But not this time. Oops, not that. I'm hoping this tag thing works.
Yes. He left after the argument. It was about 8 o'clock.
Okay. Left after argument around 8 p.m. Okay. Now, if I type in blue long, okay, great.
He was wearing a shirt.
Okay.
With a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans.
Okay.
He has a watch. It's a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric. He had his coat. He was wearing a shirt. With a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch. It's a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric. He had his coat, a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house.
Okay. This one is blue long. So he was wearing blue turtleneck, jeans, watch, Eric gift. And then I remember one of them mentioned it was made out of steel. And she said duffel coat?
He was wearing Eric. He had his coat, a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear.
Oh, Paddington
He would have taken
Bear.
that with him. It's not in the house.
Okay. Cross that off. Helen, I'm gonna... No, just go down the list. Just go down the list. So I was just experimenting with the blue long, so we were on argument. We checked off argument. Gonna put, damn it, not that. Get out of here. Parents. Okay. Blue short.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
Wait, what?
A big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
Oh. Big powwow. Bow wow wow.
No. I lost the baby.
Oh, damn.
I had a miscarriage at 8 months.
What? Dude.
We carried on living at Simon's parents until, well, it was only a few months after.
I feel like at this point, blue long and blue short are the same. Let's see, questions. I wrote down miscarriage.
Then my parents died.
What? Oh my...
It was the worst year of my life. A miscarriage and then my parents.
Jesus. God.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back. Me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy.
Okay.
Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic, old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there.
Okay. Dude, that is... Damn. We checked out parents. I'd say that was pretty important. I'll put 1 for now. So next one is plumber. I don't think this will be relevant. Yeah, it's just the one. You know, it's fine. Oxford. Also wrote down Glasgow. Is that what it is? Glasgow? Glasgow? I don't know. Okay, 3 on Oxford. Great. See, this is another one. This is... There's 2 July 1st. Hold on a second. Is it the same year, though? It is. Wait. 6/18. 6/18. Oh. How did I... $6.18. Okay, I'm gonna put... I'm getting mixed up. Blue long, blue short. Cut. Paste. Boob loose. What is this one? It's June 18th. Okay, I feel like the blue shirts are all Hannah. I feel like that was definitely on purpose. So instead of writing blue long, I think I'm just gonna write down Hannah.
My name is Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H. It's palindrome.
Ah! Ah, damn it. Cause then what if... No, because... Alright. I believe all the blue shirts are Hannah. And then maybe white shirt and buttons are Eve. Or rather, is Eve. Alright, what did we leave off on? We checked off Plumber and Oxford. No, okay, not Oxford yet.
There was a conference, something to do with double glazing, in Oxford. It was supposed to be a secret. Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford. Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
She has a tattoo on her arm. Did the other Hannah clips have that?
Yes. I inherited it from my...
Oxford. Meh. Or, I'm gonna go, Okay, let's go tattoo. Not that! Oh my god, get out of here.
Oh, my tattoo. I got it to express my individuality. It's an apple and a snake.
Expressing my individuality is a snake and an apple. Wow. So you. Snake and apple. Perhaps it's a reference to the Bible? Are they religious?
Tattoo, maybe it'll make them easier to tell apart. Blue Short doesn't have the tattoo. So did she get a tattoo in between the times that 6/23 7/1 in the week?
No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his... Oh, my tattoo. So I moved out. Got a small bed set. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings, so I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings, so I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist. He saw me singing one of my shows, pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. Then my parents died. No. Yes.
See, she doesn't have the tattoo. That's why I'm like,
Thank you for your patronage.
Jesus, that scared me. Hi, something doing. Thank you for following. It's just like I'm playing this and then all of a sudden I hear SpongeBob's voice. Thank you for your patronage. Right, we got tattoo. I'm gonna put a question mark because... I'm gonna put... Okay, so blue short. I'm gonna t-shirt. Blue t-shirt. Hannah question mark. Tattoo. Tattoo. Oh my... Just... But blue blouse. No tattoo. Whatever. Okay, there we go. Short.
It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel from her parents and keeps her locked up in this tower. Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince. And Mother Gothel is furious, so she cuts off her hair and throws it. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. So she throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince, who's blind. But she kills him with her tears, and so it's a happy ending. Is that too much?
Happy ending. Rapunzel's story. I suppose Rapunzel is... I totally know how to spell Rapunzel. That's a cool name, Rapunzel. Red. Alright, I gotta write down that I looked up short. Question mark?
Mother wanted me to grow my hair long, but I kept cutting it myself. I wanted to look like my reflection. She always had short hair when she was little. Mother would hide the scissors, but I would find a way. Cut it with a bread knife, something like that. My reflection would always leave her house and go on adventures, but I never could. Mother taught me at home, and I had books and TV. Oh, TV was magical, but it was only on when it wanted to be, so I spent a lot of time reading books.
We still have to look up Helen, because I think Helen is one of the characters being interviewed. Did I write it down? Yes, I did. I think I'm gonna look up Helen next. Helen? Whoops, 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 whoops. Short, I'm gonna look up Helen. And maybe I'll look up Rapunzel too, because I feel like Rapunzel. Look up Helen.
No. I think he spoke to Helen. She said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen.
She said he was upset about our argument.
She said he was.
I think he spoke to Helen. He likes Helen.
It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan.
Oh, Helen's the barmaid.
Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
Helen. Okay. Helen. The rocks. Oh my god, typing! Barmaid. How are we doing on the checker? Still got a lot. What's next? Helen. Meh. Rapunzel. Copy. Paste it.
Sorry. The picture, the way it's drawn, just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over, and they were so real to me. Rapunzel was my favourite. My brain is just full of it. Are any of these in colour?
Damn it, what was I gonna write down? I'm gonna rewatch that.
Sorry. The picture, the way it's drawn, just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over, and they were so real to me. Are any of these in colour?
Okay, nothing.
Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again? Could the hairs have come from somewhere else?
Hairs?
Could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there?
Hair?
Could the...
I feel like I need to look
They come
up
from there?
blonde as well. The Rocks Barmaid? Sorry, what did I just learn from that?
Could the hairs have come...
The hairs. Okay. Looked up Rapunzel. I feel like Rapunzel is pretty important. I'm gonna look up hair and blonde. Hair seems pretty prominent. A guitar? Darkish blonde hair, okay.
What kind of hairs?
What? Whatever. Spots. Spots. I think I just tagged a t-shirt.
You want me to play something?
Wait, what does the guitar have to do with anything?
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? Probably needs tuning. No. It's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street. Sisters came walking by the sea. Oh, the wind and the rain. The eldest one pushed the other one in. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. See, they both had a love for the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain, but he only cared for the youngest one. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, the eldest envied her sister fair. Oh, the wind and the rain, with a pretty little face and her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. She pushed her in and held her down. Oh, the wind and the rain watched her as she slowly drowned. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, she floated up and she floated down. Oh, the wind and the rain floated till a ship came by. Oh, the dreadful wind. So I think that's a good place to stop.
What do you mean it gets really weird? It was already weird. Traditional ballad. Okay, now I'm like two sisters. So my thought process was Hannah and Eve. And then I guess Eve is the eldest, and then Hannah is the younger one. And I assume the captain's son is Simon. But then she sings something about, you know, someone drowning. And then I remember that Spots admitted to attempting to drown Hannah? Question mark. Okay, actually, you know what? I should look up drown. I don't think I wrote that down. Hey. Alright, hold on. So before I continue, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Okay, goodbye. Okay, goodbye forever. Should I look up wind and rain? Let me just look it up real quick. Same thing. All right.
Really? Okay.
Laid her body out by the dock to dry, till a fiddler with the fiddle came walking by, and he made a fiddle bow of her long hair. Yes, he made a fiddle bow of her long blonde hair. Fiddle pegs of her finger bones. Of her long blonde hair. Finger bones. Finger bones. Golden Kamuy. Okay. He made a fiddle out of her breastbone. The sound could pierce a heart of stone. But the only tune that the fiddle could play
Anything you sing may be used as evidence against you.
Okay. And that was from Hair? Yup. I would say that was pretty important. That's it. Let's look up blonde.
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
What do you mean by that?
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
So I remember Eve, white blouse, mentioned that she would go out wearing a wig because Simon liked blondes. So like, my guy, Snicka, I meant Sneak.
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding,
Stayed in the attic. And she doesn't exist. 17. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig. So is that who she was referring to?
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap? Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist?
Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist? She was implying that she doesn't exist. Was she the one who did it? Was Eve the one who did it? Alright, let me update the list a little bit. Married, romantic, attic, police, 17. Do they write it out? Or do they put the number? Pregnancy. I'll put miscarriage, legal, plan. Okay, let's keep it there for now. Let's put singing. Okay, we have seen all these already.
Nothing else happened that night. We talked.
Okay. That's a meh. Married. Copy paste. Alright. Got 12 entries for that. Man. It sucks that it only gives me 5 at a time.
A long time. We got married when I was 17. Childhood sweethearts. Something like that. Are you married, detective? When you've been married for 10 years, stuff accumulates. You could argue about anything. And he's so nice. That doesn't help. He tries to smooth things over, and that just makes it worse. We're both passive aggressive, so we never normally argue directly about anything.
I would say that's pretty important. Now, as for... So, I looked up argument, but what about just argue? Oh, okay, nothing. Argue got nothing. Let's look up romantic.
Okay, you got me. I'll confess.
Hmm?
We were there.
Where?
It was a dirty weekend. Simon was going to expense it, pretend it was a business trip.
To Oxford.
I used a made-up name. We stayed at the hotel, had room service, didn't leave the room, had a great view of the river, and you could hear the church bells. Like you said, it was very romantic.
So, wait, so this can't, okay, the blue shirts can't be the same person then. Because she's talking like, you know, that she is his mistress. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say not Hannah. And then I'm gonna... mistress?
I have a ping on Discord.
Gotta look it up on my phone. Who is streaming? DJ. Actually, I don't think I follow him. He's one of Ryu's friends. So... Simon was... Okay, hold on. No, this should be under questions. So, Simon having an affair with blue t-shirt. It seems like it. It's her, but it's not her. It's weird. T-shirt. I'm gonna write down confess. That should be one of the... confess. I gotta update my written list. Wedding, plumber was me. Okay. Parents, 1. Friday, meh, argument, yup. Argue, parents, plumber, Oxford. Tattoo, question mark. Singing, meh. We looked up married. 1. Okay, so romantic is the one that we are on now. Okay. I want to say that's a 2 question mark. That's a Attic. "12 entries for attic. Wow. Let me just see if I... spots.
I'm not sure where the dollhouse came from.
Dollhouse. Okay. I would say meh. Let's look up police. search. Okay. Let's watch and then edit the tag.
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Simon's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff we never needed, and I never had the heart to throw out. And I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body.
What?
I screamed, and that's when I called the police.
What do you mean? How did you not smell that? What? I'm sure you smell it before you see it. Okay. Hold on. Married. Got romantic, that's 2. Attic is meh. Police. Spoken to Simon's parents on the phone. She'd been speaking about old stuff. Okay. You looked down there the week before. The pile was in the wrong place. So did Simon go over there and touch it? That's when I saw the bin bags. So Simon's body was in the parents' cellar? Pulled them open, saw the body.
This is
I'm gonna write down body. Interesting.
when will the police let me back in the house? They let me take a bag of clothes with me, but
Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. I just saw the... What's happening? What the heck? Uh-oh. Huh? Why am I not getting anything? It says I'm still connected. Well, not on OBS, but to my Ethernet. Why is it not getting anything? Oh no. Guys, wait for me. Did I touch a wire? Can you guys still hear me? Hold on a minute.
Nothing came out. What's going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm done. Did it like reset everything? Oh. Okay. I think we're back. My OBS died. That was really weird. Alright, let's turn on the BGM. I was just testing the audio. It turned everything down. Whoops. I think we're okay now. That was really weird. Hold on, I'm looking at my stream. It looks okay now. Okay. I'm just gonna continue where we left off.
When will the police let me back in the house? They let me take a bag of clothes with me, but
Oh. What's this one? Spots.
police station. Yeah.
Oh yeah, alright. That has nothing to do with what we're looking at.
1984. It was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died in the summer. It was a hot summer, a heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just awful. Because of the circumstances, them dying together like that, they brought in a lot of police. A forensic entomologist. I had to look that up. It was because of the heat. It's just awful.
I feel like it would be safe to say that Spots and Hannah Bluelong are the same person. Maybe. Blue t-shirt is the one with the tattoo. So I'm gonna put these two together. And I'm gonna... Hannah? June 30th, July 1st, okay. Info, notes. in spring. Parents passed in summer. Update this list. Wind and rain. Okay. Put 2 points there. Helen. Oh yeah, the barmaid. Okay, so looking up police. 17, plan, legal, pregnancy. Okay, check that off. I looked up hair. Okay, that has 2 points. And blonde has 1 point. Short has a question mark. Okay.
They said it was food poisoning.
Food poisoning?
There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms.
Oh, for her parents.
They said it was the mushrooms. It was hard to believe. Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But, I mean, the police had no reason to think it was suspicious. They lived alone. And no one had any reason to hurt them.
I'm gonna write down poison / poisoning spots. Yeah, I think spots and blue long are the same. Let's say police is pretty important. Let me update the info. So Hannah's parents most likely. It's either most likely or is theorized to have passed away from food poisoning. Or theorized. Let me look up poison. Oh, okay. Poison.
At the time they said it was poison, food poisoning. I mean, I felt so guilty. If I'd still been at home, maybe I could have done something. I didn't.
This is buttons. What did I name the other one? The other button-up shirt, the white one. White shirt, buttons, blue long spotted t-shirt, blue blouse. No, this is blue blouse. Okay. Did I accidentally name her buttons? I did. God damn it. I feel like I need to rename everything now. B blouse. Can you stop putting R? B blouse.
When you've been married, I got pregnant. Yes. I inherited it.
Long spotted shirt, blue t-shirt. She's the only one who's wearing a t-shirt, so I'm just gonna spotted shirt, spots. I should name all the blue longs belong. 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 Nope. Let's check the thing. Okay, we have so much more to see. Spots. Buttons will stay buttons. Actually, I just wrote down buttons, so red shirt, red. Okay. I should put white blouse instead of white shirt. Blue blouse. Oh, I labeled it blue short. Okay. What should I name her? Or is this button? No. About buttons. No. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. Just gonna label them as I see them. Did I finish all the police ones? I did. Okay, let's go 17. In number 17. Long.
I did. Well, we met when we were 17, both working at the glaciers.
Okay. What did I want to name this one? Okay, no. Okay, there's a blue blouse with the buttons, and then there's like a white button-up shirt, but I haven't seen her in a while. Okay. There we go. Just gonna keep it like that. did I name her? Blue blouse. I will... Spotted shirt, blue long... Spots, t-shirt, blue blouse. You know what? I'm just gonna name it BB. BB.
I did. Yes.
Okay, this is t-shirt. This is the one who was having an affair, quote unquote, with Simon.
Yeah. We were 17.
Okay.
It was a nice wedding.
So weird.
She has no tattoo, but she does. July 1st, 6/25, June 25th. Okay. Wait, June 25th. Oh, wait. No, t-shirt is... What am I... This is July 1st. And then BB is... BB is June 25th. How did I get 18th? Was it on different days? No, can't be. My brain is mush. Okay, let's sort this out by date. Now, hold on a second. T-shirt and belong is July 1st. They're both July 1st. Okay. And then you have spots on June 30th, which I believe is Hannah. Like Hannah. And then you have BB, which I also think is Hannah.
I did. Well, we met. No, I was 15. Carl was older.
Who's Carl?
17, I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. It's stupid. So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know? Family.
Carl! I gotta write down family too. Family. Coral. Who? Coral? And family. Okay, this is t-shirt. White blouse. Okay, what should I name this one? Louse. I don't know. Nah, I'll put WB. Like the company. The company. Little company. Okay. T-shirt, BB, blong. What if I feel like... Instead of saying blong, what if I just put BL? Like boys love. Ooh. BB. I'll put T-shirt as TS. T-shirt. This shit. Not Hannah. And then spots can stay spots. That's a cute nickname. Okay. We got BL, TS, spots, BB, WB, and red. We haven't seen white button yet, but we're gonna name him. God damn it. We're gonna name... I'll just put B. For buttons. TS, WB. Okay. I would say 17 is pretty... Like, is pretty important. I'll give that a 2. I'll give that a 1. Carl. Who's Carl?
Was he my first? No need to be so coy. No, he wasn't my first. That would have been Carl. He was a local boy in a band. He was a bit of a shit. But he was sexy. We were 15.
How do people complete this in 2 hours? I am like over here writing down notes in like... How? Anyways, TS. So, Carl was first boyfriend. First TS. Can you type? I Is T-shirt Hannah? She seems so different from the Hannah's official that I've seen.
No, I was 15.
And she has the
Carl was-
tattoo. But then also, how would we know that our Hannahs, or who I believe are the Hannahs, have tattoos? Because their sleeves cover her arms. So I don't know.
Family. So, Carl fucked off, and then there were other boys here and there, and then Simon.
Okay.
Differences? She's a better driver than me. She passed the test for us. I tried to take it and nearly crashed the car. Learned that you can't rely on confidence to get you through everything. She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl. Hannah met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his band had played at. It got difficult. When I was with Carl, we would have sex, but Hannah couldn't let him see she was a virgin. She had lots of excuses. After a while, we decided that I should take Hannah's virginity. It's not that different to a bruise, pulling a tooth, a graze. We used a hairbrush. After that, we took it in turns, though. I was always the one who seduced the boys. Until Simon.
Okay. That was a lot to take in.
Hold on a second. Oh no. I hope that's just I stained my desk with my writing. I'm just gonna skim through.
Differences.
So Eve, more confident. Okay, hold on. So Hannah is shy. Eve is confident. WB.
Hannah was so smitten with Simon. She started getting jealous, didn't want to share. Even the first date, we went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went, kept changing places in the toilet. We only had one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me, but that was it. We didn't want another card on our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back. After that,
Ouija
it was
board.
Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. Broke the rules. Deliberately broke the rules. She wanted to be the first to sleep with him. I mean, that's when she got pregnant. From that one time.
Okay, she said that we kept swapping clothes. So Hannah and Eve I feel like are definitely different people, like their own individual people. I mean, also as evidenced by wait, no. I think Hannah's twin, Eve, Hannah's twin. She brought 2 pairs of clothing, just swapping clothes in the restroom over and over. But she said that we were like swapping the same dress.
Hannah was
We both went and kept changing places in the toilet. Only had the one dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. It's my turn. Let him kiss me. That was it. Didn't want another Carl on our hands. The Ouija board had said to hold back. We didn't want another Carl on our hands, okay? And the Ouija board had said to hold back. It was Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. So I guess this is when she was like, okay, Hannah is definitely gonna switch with me, you know, if it gets to that point where, like, they make the decision to sleep together. Deliberately broke the rules. Okay. That's when she got pregnant from that one time, okay. WB. Oh. Carl, first boyfriend. We got a lot of information from that. That's a or no wait, no. This is This is This is This is oh. Okay. Family. Family. Right, 6 entries.
Yeah, when I was at school. I worked part-time in the front shop. It was sort of an extended family thing. My dad used to work there, my mum worked there before I was born. I took care of paperwork, filing, typing out invoices, that kind of thing. It was a good job for a girl back then. I didn't work a till or anything though, I was quite shy, so I wouldn't have liked to have worked a till.
This is Hannah. BB is also Hannah. At least that's what I think. Because she said she's shy.
Yeah?
Extended family thing, okay? Quite shy. Okay. This is BB. This is Hannah. I'm gonna keep watching more BB clips. So we've seen that one, seen that one.
Florence was a warm, kind person. But she was broken, I guess. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it.
Always the biscuit tin.
Letters, that kind of thing. Her story wasn't there. I never really spoke to her about it. I was far
Can I
too young to
pause?
really
I can't.
understand. I guess I just put it together later, once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, I guess it was different then. You know, you married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know.
That was a lot. Florence. Let me write down diary. Family, husband, widow.
Married.
Okay. All right. Before I continue on, I want to update the list. I'm gonna make sure it matches up with my physical list. Singing. Okay, we looked up police. That's a 3. 1, 2, 3. Body. Body. Don't have body. Let me see. No. Okay. We did 17. That was 1. Pregnancy, legal, plan, body, Doug and Eleanor, we got that. Let's see. Oh yeah, visa, glasses. Poison. I feel like I did that one already, but I forgot to update. Confess. Okay, hold on. There's poison and then there's poisoning. Confess. Diane. Who is Diane? Glass. Is it Glasgow? Glass glow or glass slow? Okay, it's not autocorrecting, so I'm pretty sure I looked up Helen already. Yep. Helen. Poison. Heat. Pretty sure we looked up Rapunzel. Yep. Rapunzel, that's a 1 point. Reflections. Hair, blonde, drown. And then pretty sure we looked up wind and rain. Yep. Okay, I think that's everything updated. Oh, hold on. Forgot about that page. We got Ouija. Got dead and diary. I wonder if I can put 2 columns, like if I highlight these, would that work? Where do I... Okay, great. Should have put 3. I think you can fit 3. Whoops. Let's do format and put 3. That works a lot better. Fit. Family. BB, TS, TS, WB. What's this one?
No, it was just me and her. It was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and I'm going to try when it came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read.
Okay. So Florence called this one Eve because that was the name she was going to give to her first baby. Okay. But Florence's husband died in the war. Okay. This is WB. Six entries. Family. I would say that's pretty important. Alright, we got pregnancy.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back.
Okay. BB. BB is Hannah. I think I'm gonna bold these. Can you see the difference? Slightly. No tattoo. Okay. Or should I highlight? I should probably highlight. Oh, I do not like that. Okay.
Hannah had a miscarriage. This was late in the pregnancy and it left her infertile.
Ooh.
Felt like the universe had corrected its course. We were aligned again.
Whoa.
But Hannah and Simon were still living with his parents. They were married. Simon had a job at the Glaziers now. Eric had given him a full-time position after he left school. And then
I feel like I should write down glaziers. Alright, one moment, guys. Sorry, just had to check something. We're back. WB. Damn. That's some pretty heavy shit. Got pregnancy, miscarriage. Let's go. Infertile there, and glaziers. I feel like I looked up poison and poisoning, but I don't think I wrote it down. Okay, I looked up just poisoning. So, nope. Don't add to session. How do I take it out? Hello? No, I don't want that. Take it out. I accidentally clicked it. Dude, I don't want this. God damn it. Okay, I looked up poisoning. I'd say that's pretty important. So, looked up poison.
at the time they said it was poison.
Felt so guilty.
I got a job to contribute, you know. Doug knew someone and I got a job as a dinner lady at the primary school. They said it didn't matter if I could cook or not, just don't poison the kids. So you see, it's always been complicated between me and Simon. It's never just been the two of us, there's always been pressure.
Pressure. Okay, hold on. Let me skim through. Okay. BB. Yeah, I'm confident BB is actually Hannah. Okay. Looked up poison. Pretty important, I guess. We looked up pregnancy, right? Or did I... Okay. We did?
Yes.
Now that is so wrong. Like, Hannah became infertile and then Eve was all,
We're aligned again.
that was weird. That's insane. Let's look up miscarriage. Okay. BB. BB.
Yeah.
Ooh, back to
We've
spots.
gone to bed feeling ill, thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage. The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck.
Is this about her parents' death?
Yeah. They'd gone to bed feeling ill,
Yeah.
thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage. The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck. Yeah. I mean, I was infertile. Thought I was. They told me I was infertile after the miscarriage because of complications.
So I wrote down ill. I don't know if they'll do anything, but oh well. Place yours. Gotta add pressure. Ill. I would say miscarriage is pretty important here. God damn it, I wish I could. Whoops. Not that. Okay. Let's look up infertile. Looks like we're about a third of the way through.
I think it was that time, the first time at the house, in his bed, that I got pregnant.
Whoa, hold on.
Amazing, right? This fucking magic spell. And they say lightning doesn't strike twice. I didn't tell him. I missed 3 periods. I had pretty irregular periods anyway, but 3. I had always thought we were infertile. Both of us. I didn't tell him.
Who's him? Simon?
Did. Hannah and I were meeting for our birthday, and I told her because I thought she would be happy for us both.
It can't be Simon.
I think she was.
Who is him? And Mystery Man. T-shirt, not Hannah. That's Eve. Okay. The music changed. We definitely reached like a spot. Okay, infertile. I'll give that a 2. Legal. Let me update the list. Pressure. Okay. Never mind. Okay. Nothing. We have seen this one before.
The legal stuff was completed.
Hannah moved back in. Simon a week off. Okay. WB. So we've seen that. Legal, nothing. Put a little tilde. Plan. Okay, that has nothing. I swear to God, like at the end, if it tells me to collect evidence to prove what happened, I'm done. Because I am not keeping track. Body. Okay. This is red.
The bruise.
Bruise.
I have a really fast metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes. I don't know if there's much more that I can tell you that I haven't already told the other policemen. I found the body.
Okay, hold on. Let me update my physical notes. Looked up pregnancy. That's a 1. Legal is meh. Plan was meh. Took care of that. Family. We looked up family. That's a 1. Okay. Wrote that down. We did not get to confess yet. Okay. Looked up poison. That's a 1. Helen, got that. We got miscarriage. That's a 2. 1, 2. Oh, I did write down poison. Okay. I wrote down poison twice. Oh, we never looked up the snake and apple. I don't think I wrote it down. No, I did not. Let's do it separately. Dang nabbit. Okay. Short, heat, reflections, Rapunzel. Did I write down drown? I did. Okay, great. So we're on body.
the bruise. I have a really fast metabolism. It was after dinner.
Did I ever write down baby?
I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed and the bruise.
Red has to be Hannah.
His body didn't look real. And his throat. It looked like his throat had been cut.
Oh.
And underneath his glasses, there's these thick glasses. It doesn't always wear.
Interesting. Okay. Pretty sure red is Hannah. So we're going to highlight that orange. June 27th. Cut. Paste.
Can you imagine? I tried to get pregnant too, but it didn't happen. I slept with so many boys, men. My body refused. I think my period stopped because hers had. I was prettier. I mean, how could we stay the same now? Felt like Hannah had really fucked things up. Set us down separate paths. We had become different.
Different.
Damn.
Can you
But didn't she say she got pregnant? And it was with, like, some mystery man. She never mentioned his name. Okay, this is when she goes through, like, maybe why she stopped having her period. Okay. Okay. So what, this means Eve never got pregnant, she just missed her periods because Hannah did? Body. Where did I write down body?
Maybe I never wrote it down on here. I gotta mark down this page. Everything has been crossed off and checked. Yep. So I don't have to look at that. Good, good. I never wrote down the word body. Okay. WB. I'd say that one's pretty important. Baby. What's this one?
We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton.
Ah, okay.
We couldn't afford our own place. Simon dropped out of school, went full-time at the Glaziers. That was Eric's generosity. We moved in with his mum and dad. They had a spare room for us and the baby, if it came. It was a nice change, time to myself, living there for those months, full of hope.
Kind of cheesy, but I'm gonna write down hope. Okay, that's BB. Red, and then we have another red.
Yes. It was a shock to him. I mean, we never thought it was possible. I don't know what he... I mean, I hadn't decided whether to keep the baby. I wasn't really ready to talk to him about it.
Interesting. What, did she get pregnant again? Is that what Eve was implying or talking about?
Yes.
Never thought it was possible. Right, because they said that she was infertile after her first miscarriage. "17 entries for baby. My god." Okay. That's it's pretty big. Okay. Body has 2. I wrote down baby somewhere. Maybe not. I did not. Baby. Baby's got 2. Visa. This is when she mentioned that Eric encouraged Simon to get a visa. Alright, so visa is not relevant. Glasses.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things.
I wrote down special. So she's BL. Yeah.
No.
Tattoos. Okay, this one's about the scar. This is BB.
He wasn't.
Mirror. Engrave the glass. Made it specially for me. This is Spots. And Spots is Hannah. Right? I mean, there's so many clips of Spots, you know, matching up with the others.
No. He wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Oops. Confess. Just the one. How about confession? Nothing. Okay. So, confess. Meh. Confession. Nothing. Alright. Who is Diane? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me update my stuff. Okay, let's mark Visa. Visa, meh. Glasses, meh. Confess is meh. Confession is meh. Okay. Glasses. No, glasses is 2. Glasses is 2. Okay. Poison is 1. Poisoning is 1. Poisoning is 1. Confess, confession. Alright. Let's go Diane. Who is... God damn it! Like, stop. Okay.
Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
Oh. For some reason okay. I just totally forgot about that detail. This is Eric's wife.
Diane is really nice. She helps out with the glaziers, organises the Christmas party, that sort of thing. They have 2 kids, really sweet kids. She used to look out for me when I worked there.
I wrote down kids. BB. What's this one?
Yeah.
Ah, the watch. Glasgow. Glasgow. Okay.
Not really. He would go to the pub. He had his drinking buddies there, but no one ever really came back to the house. Sometimes Eric, his boss, and his wife would come over for dinner. That would be us returning the favour. Diane is a really good cook, into her trendy ingredients. And the last time Simon cooked something off MasterChef, he got the recipe off CFAX, and I did my Lloyd Grossman bit, commenting from the sidelines. I had to find fennel from the supermarket. Have you ever eaten fennel?
What's fennel? Have you ever eaten fennel, Master Chef? What's fennel? That looks pretty good. This is Spots.
Simon and Eric arguing? No, I can't imagine they'd be arguing. And they get on so well. Unless it was something to do with work. Maybe Simon was being too much of a perfectionist. But I don't know. You should ask Diane.
Is she bleeding? Is she having a nosebleed?
Simon and Eric arguing? No, I can't imagine they'd be arguing.
Maybe
They
that's
get on so
just
well.
the shadow?
Simon and Eric arguing?
I don't know, man. Let's go. Ooh, 10 of them.
So I got in the car and I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow. I was so tired. I just had to sleep.
Okay.
Yes. I got to Glasgow, I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from the payphone, and then headed back. No, I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning.
You don't think so? What?
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted.
Okay.
The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
Let me write down car. Maybe scratch too. Damn. I didn't think it would go on for this long. Glasgow was kind of important. Okay. Snake, apple. Hold on, let me update my list. Got Diane. Glasgow was 1. Okay. Confess, confession. Diane is 2. Glasgow 1. Okay. So after snake, apple, pressure, ill, different. Do I have dead diary? Okay, we do. Pressure, ill, bruise, throat, body, hope. Got baby, special, kids, car, scratch. Whoops. Heat gave me nothing.
Silverleaf?
Okay, this is when she's talking about the mirror. Spots. This was about Florence. WB.
Yes. The first time we saw each other, it was strange. We both realised at the same moment, I think. We must have seen each other before, but there was this instant when we first realised it wasn't a reflection. The reflection was staring back. I think I was 5. It was my birthday. My reflection was wearing a party hat and waving. I knew what party hats were from books. And it suddenly occurred to me, today must be my birthday. I waved back and we just spent ages waving at each other and copying each other's movements.
So that's when they first saw each other.
First.
Okay. Birthday. I wonder if birthday has any significance. Short.
I wanted to see my reflection. I thought that if I touched her, something would happen. We would become one. One girl. The fairy tale was over, the witch was dead, and I'd be restored to my rightful place.
This girl's Delulu. Like, majorly Delulu. Hannah and Eve first met when they were 5 years old. I'm gonna write down, was raised by biological parents. Eve was raised by Florence, midwife. Oh my god, the music. I wish I could turn down the music. Log off, rubbish bin. Is it really loud for you guys? It looks okay. It's very loud in my ears. Okay, so only one in drown. Me. Actually, I would say that has no importance. What about drowned? Nothing. No importance. Ouija.
When beautiful people died, we always felt like it was a sign. You remember Princess Grace? Grace Kelly? She died in a car crash the year before we met Simon. We used a Ouija board to speak to her, and that gave us the power to find him.
What?
That's what we thought then. That people who died tragically leave some kind of magic behind. We used to share dreams. We used to wake up and write them down in our diaries immediately and compare them.
Hold on. Rewind it. Grace Kelly. I wrote down Grace. Yeah, that was what I found in the trash. The Grace hack. G-hack. Cracks with class. Okay. So Ouija, I'd say, was pretty important. Because what you doing playing around with that? Okay, not that one. This one. The year before we met Simon, it gave us the power to find him. Alright, and I wrote down dreams. So Ouija is pretty important. That's a 2. I put drown and drowned. Not important. Reflections. That's a 2. Heat was not important. Glasgow. I got that. Confession and confess. Confess was meh, but confession was not relevant at all. Okay. I think I got everything checked off this page. So let me mark that, and we can ignore. All right. Ouija. So let's go dead. Oh, there's a lot here.
That's all that matters, really. The baby. Simon's dead, but the baby, that's how he will live on. Our baby.
Spots is Hannah. Then who the heck is T-shirt?
You're reaching here. And I don't know why. No, I've never cheated on anyone. I've never taken anything from anyone. Simon is dead. But I have my baby to care for.
What?
Why are you trying to make me sad? Why are you so obsessed with sex and affairs?
What?
You cheated on your wife. Is this your thing?
Who? Who's she talking to? Me? Okay, hold on. I gotta write down. Cheating, affair. This is so weird. It's so weird.
It was supposed to be a secret.
Secret. Simon is dead. Doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
It was supposed.
So this is Hannah. And she's pregnant
Because
with Simon's baby. So she got the tattoo within the week? I'm confused. Because someone else mentioned a tattoo. Like getting a tattoo. Was it WB, Eve? I'll be right back. Tattoo.
so I
Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. So Eve sings at the bars. And you got a tattoo. What does your tattoo look like? You didn't know who I was. What do you mean? Are you talking about Simon? You didn't tell me he was married. I don't know if she's talking about Simon here.
Oh,
Apple and snake.
no.
Okay, this is when Simon doesn't have tattoos. To express individuality. Alright, let's go back to dead.
It was supposed to be a secret.
Right, I wanted to write down secret.
Rehearse.
Oh, new one. Okay. This is July 2nd. Okay.
Rehearsed. You ask me the same question, you'll get the same answer. Is that your evidence? Of course I thought about what happened then. It's all I've thought about. My husband is dead.
What if I write down husband? Alright, so now we have black long sleeved. God damn it, we already have a BL. How about just B, right? For black. Damn it! You already have just a B. BLS? Okay. This has to be Hannah. Okay. T-shirt is Hannah. And it's not a mistress or a fair. But now, like, she has a tattoo. And she knows she's pregnant, so why did you get a tattoo? Okay, this is July 2nd. July 2nd, yep. X. Okay. Okay. That was a lot for dead. I'd say that's pretty important. It's pretty damn important. Let's go for diary.
No, he doesn't keep a diary. That's my thing. I've kept one, well, as long as I can remember, since I was a girl. Helps make sense of my day. And when you're forced to put something into words, just gives you perspective. Everyone's on the same page.
I wrote down perspective. This is BL. Florence, got the cord. Okay. WB. This is about Florence. Okay, so I have to wonder, this one is about mom. She said mother died. Is she referring to biological mom or Florence mom?
When I was 8, Mother died. She slipped down the stairs. It was an accident. I had read a diary at that point and I knew she wasn't my real mother.
This is about Florence.
So I burned the diary that day and I left. Walked out and across the street.
Passed away when Eve was 8 years old. Whoops. Alright, diary was meh. I mean, it dealt with Florence, so it's kind of important, but not really. Alright, so this is the name of the company that Simon worked for. Okay.
A mobile phone? Yeah. Well, they have one for the glaciers, but it's
Okay, this one's 618. When she was... See? I knew it! June 18th, July 1st.
a mobile phone? Yeah. Well, they have one for the glaciers, but it's only for work. I can't remember the number. Oh, it's in the kitchen. I saw it plugged into its charging cradle.
I'm gonna write down number. Somehow I feel like I'm overcomplicating things. Oh, not that. Wow, I haven't... Okay. Dreams. Cheat. Oh, cheat slash cheating. Affair. Secret. Husband. Perspective. Number. Mumber. Stop it. Stop. Number. Okay.
No. Everyone loved Simon.
Everyone says that.
He's a glazier who doesn't have much money. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh. I should write down money. Like, what do you mean when someone gets murdered, but they don't have a lot of money? It's just someone's out there for him. Oh crap, I gotta update my physical list. Ouija, dead. That's a 3. Diaries, meh. Infertile. I know I looked that up. I can't remember. Okay. Infertile was 2. Glaciers. Glaciers is not too important. I'll put 1. I'll put 1. Okay. Next one is pressure. Not even important. Ill. Okay.
Well, she has a knife.
She?
But,
Knife?
She's been cooking. I guess. She's been cooking him his favourite meal.
Who?
She's his wife. He's asleep and she doesn't want to wake him because he's ill. That's why she's sad. Because he's ill and he might die.
What is she looking at?
It's kind of a sad story, so I'm not sure how it ends.
What is she looking at? This one is on 627. Do I have that written down? Red 627. Yes. What? I wish there was like a pause button or mute button. Knife. It must be like a panel. Like of a. I was gonna write down knife. Cooking. Okay. Red. Spots. WB. Okay. Ew, I feel like it's meh. Snake. Just the one. Okay. What about apple? Apple. Nothing. Okay. Great. Cross those off the list. Update my physical one. Pressure. Nothing. Ill. Kinda. Even who? I'm still working on that. Snake and apple. I think that was on my other list. Snake and apple. No importance. Different. Oh, did I write down bruise and throw? Yes, I did. Okay, let's go different. Oh.
I thought it made me sound suspicious. It's not a normal thing to do to drive to the other end of the country. I wanted to keep it simple. I know it was stupid not to tell you everything. Saying I spent the night in Glasgow when my husband went missing, I thought it would, distract you from what was important.
Excuse me? Spent the night in Glasgow when my husband went missing. Why would you do that? So was that a lie? Wait, hold on. Okay, so she did drive to Glasgow while her husband was missing. Why did you do that? Thought it would, distract you from what was important. It's different now. Now he's dead. Why would you do that? Okay. That was really weird. Why? Okay. Bruise. It's quite a few.
Bruise?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
I noticed that, but I wasn't sure if it was because it was the quality of the video.
We hurt like hell.
Let me go back.
Bruise? Oh, yeah, no, it's nothing. I was going through the top cupboard in my kitchen and the chair slipped and I kind of hit the door with my face. We hurt like hell.
Baby.
If one of us got hurt, the other one would have to be hurt too. A grazed knee, a bruise. When I lost my tooth first, we had to pull our harness to match.
Dude.
Once, I slept with a boy who was seeing another girl. The girlfriend came up to Hannah the next day and punched her in the face, gave her a huge black eye. That night, she had to do the same to me. But she almost went too far. I couldn't see out of that eye for days. She snapped a frozen piece up for me from the kitchen. So much of our bodies was synchronised anyway. We started our period on the same day. All our childhood diseases, stomach bugs, nits.
That's so weird. Eve is so weird.
This was about 9. I went round and she was waiting for me. She was furious and so angry, the kind of anger you can only have towards yourself. We screamed at each other, argued, cried, we fought. I hit her back, left a bruise. I had my wig on from performing and she tore it off. Eventually, we grew tired of fighting and I left.
Fighting. Okay, let's see the progress on this. Okay, bruise was... that was, pretty intense. Throat.
On his throat.
What in his throat? What? What's in his throat? What?
Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room. His throat had been cut.
Wait a minute. She said that... I gotta write this down. I gotta write this down. Hold on. So... hold on. Let me... So, okay. So Eve found Simon on the living room floor. Throat cut. Right? Okay. But Hannah found him in his parents' cellar. In bin bags. What? That makes no sense to me. This is so weird. So weird.
Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room. His throat had been cut. There was a lot of blood. He was dead.
Obviously.
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back.
Title drop.
She put on my wig, some of my clothes,
What?
pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me.
How the turntables?
He said he wanted to be with me.
What?
just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her.
Ooh.
So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open.
Wait.
To scare him off.
Wait a minute. She had waited for him to come back. Put on my wig, sewn my clothes, pretended to be me, Eve. Hannah pretended to be Eve. Hannah enjoyed being Eve. Simon said he wanted to be with Eve. And then he gave, quote unquote, Eve a present, a mirror, like the one he had given Hannah. And then Hannah got mad and she slashed his throat by accident. So she witnessed it? Okay, so Hannah pretended to be Eve. Simon confessed he wanted to be with Eve and gave her a present. Gave her Hannah as Eve a present mirror. Will you? Okay, mirror. Hannah pretended to be Eve and approached Simon. Simon confessed he wanted to be with Eve and gave her, Hannah as Eve, a present mirror. Hannah smashed mirror and accidentally, allegedly, slashed his throat open. Okay. I allegedly, right? Allegedly, Eve witnessed that I did not think looking up throat would be, you know, the thing. Hello? How's it going down there? You done? Not yet. No? Okay, I'll hang a bit longer. Buzz when you're ready. Hangs up. Yeah, I did not even look at it. I feel like I'm halfway through all the videos. I think that chit chat was just to throw me off. Yeah, 2 hours my ass. That's why I was like, can't be. This is a huge game. Right, special.
Yes, this is it. He made it himself. It's a special one-off. He made it. He decorated it. That's his thing. Where did you find it?
Okay, so as far as I know, there's 2 identical mirrors. Like antique, quote-unquote, mirrors. One of them is smashed by Hannah. And then I guess one of them is still intact. Because that's what Simon gifted to Hannah as Hannah. But the one broken is the mirror that Simon gifted to Hannah as Eve.
There were always princes and princesses.
Mm-hmm.
They were the special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce last year just kind of drew a line under things.
Divorce? Who? We talking about Hannah? Nani? Hold on. Okay, let me update my list. We got bruise is 1. Throat was 3. Different was 1. Got hope. That's not even important. Special. Special is kind of okay.
They were all
You know, I'm surprised I haven't written down twins for how long I've been playing this. I don't even think I have it in my list. Twin. Yeah, that's the only question I got. I'm gonna look up twins. Special kind of important. Okay.
twins.
Ooh, back to the black long-sleeved one.
Twins. Really? Are you really asking me that question?
Interesting.
Are you out of your mind? Twins.
Yes. What?
Florence took me home with her.
Hmm.
Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby.
Hmm.
I guess she was just happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion.
But I thought she said that they met when they were like 5 years old. Did Hannah like choose to forget that? Or is she just ignorant of the fact? Why is she acting like that? I'm so confused. when questioned about twins, Hannah was flabbergasted. What do you mean? Eve has been like telling us stories about her and Hannah like growing up. And then like somehow Hannah's all like twins. What are you talking about? I don't understand. So weird. Dude, I can't wait to finish this and then like watch someone else play it and explain it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright. Edited all those. You need to go to sleep? Okay, you do you, man. Have a good night.
Well, there you go. How many kids? Well, my friend Eve.
Oh, because she thinks they're friends, not twins.
Popular with
Okay. So Hannah doesn't know. Eve is her twin. She believed Eve was just a friend when they were growing up. But this whole time Eve knew. So to Eve, it was just like, you know, like twins that found each other and, you know, they were just sisters. But to Hannah, Eve was a friend. What do you mean? Wouldn't you know that you, like, your friend looks similar to you? I'm gonna copy paste this. So weird. This is in kids. Wow. Oops. Special is level 1. Twins 3. Kids 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't think car will get me anything. Oh, never mind.
Yes, there's a car that we share, a Cavalier, and a van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it. Both of them are there now, parked in the street. I'm not sure about the keys for the van. I can look for you when I get back.
I wasn't in the house. Okay. After the argument, after Simon left, I left too. She went to Glasgow. Took the car. Went to Glasgow. Red. Oops.
I left the next day, Saturday.
Mhm.
Slept for a few hours in the car. When I woke up, I came straight back. Simon wasn't returning my calls and I wanted to try and make up. I got back to the house and Simon wasn't there. And I... Is there a bin?
Ew. Don't want to listen to that again.
Yeah. I pulled over and slept in the car. This was just by the side of the road. I was exhausted.
I feel like that's a meh for car. Scratch. Why do I have scratch? Oh, nothing. Okay. Birthday. Oh, there's a lot.
Yes, that's my birthday. Not one of the big ones, but I guess you can see that. It was my birthday, like you said. We were going to have a meal at home. We had our meal. He gave me his present. I guess I didn't like the present.
50% of database access. Yeah, baby! Let's go. It only took me 4 freaking hours. Almost 5 hours, oh my god. I wrote down present. Number. So look, money. Knife. Cooking. Probably not relevant, but I just wanted to put it anyway. Present. Okay, we're on birthday.
No. Well, yes. You found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant.
Okay.
From when I woke up. Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday. Then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. It turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I left.
I forgot. What did they argue about? Damn it.
A week or so ago. It would have been the Saturday before my birthday. You know, I get like that on the weekends, have a lie-in, then want to get up and blitz the house.
That did nothing. I mean, not red spots. Okay, I feel like I'm good here. We definitely got a lot done. And it only took me 5 hours to access 50% of it. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, I gotta end it here. I want to go to sleep. It's 1:30. But I think this game is really good. It's just, I was absolutely lied to. because I looked up how long to beat, and it told me 2 to 4 hours. And I was like, great, this is a short game. Eh? Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, so I was like, this is a short game. Like, this is fine. I'm just gonna do this thing, and then maybe I'll end stream after 3 hours, and then go to sleep. But no. It's a whole thing. And I feel like... Dude, I was in the zone. I was like, whoa. Because I love murder mysteries. And this is like... This game is really well done. Because it had me confused. I'm trying to connect dots. I'm running on fumes, though. Maybe we can pick it up tomorrow. Yeah. I think that'll be good. Alright, so let me log off here. Alright, so it's just gonna quit the game. Perfect. Ooh. I like this. I really want to look at the hidden achievements. Global achievements. Okay. Interesting. So not a lot of people... I feel like not a lot of people try to get all the videos. They're just like, oh, well, Eve witnessed that. So it has to be Hannah that murdered Simon. And, maybe they got it right. I don't know. Interview 1, interview 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay. I'm gonna end it here. Maybe we find someone to raid, or maybe not. How many do I have? Nobody. Okay. So we don't raid. But who's live? Nice. Umi is live. Alright, guys. Have a good night. I'm tired. We shall pick this up again. Bye-bye.